Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us right now. I welcome each and one of you warmly as you are joining us from Facebook, Instagram, on YouTube and Twitter, and perhaps you are joining us from different countries across the world, different languages, in different backgrounds. Wherever you are, whichever time zone, whichever vertical time zone, I welcome each and every single one of you who is joining us right now for this exquisite experience with the divine. I welcome each and every one of you who also might be joining us from all the KAILASAs across the world, the KAILASAs, the Goshalas, Gurukuls, the extraordinary ecosystems for enlightenment all over the world established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, I welcome each and every one of you who might be joining us for the first time. Welcome to your introduction to the divine cosmic beings when you come face to face with the cosmos. Today, we are understanding, we're going to be delving into the highest reality and understanding Devi, the divine feminine consciousness. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it's from her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black hole go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is a primordial divinity in Hinduism. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in each and every one of us, there's an energy which constantly gives birth, expresses itself. That is feminine energy, Parashakti. When you awaken your feminine consciousness, you radiate the space, state, powers of Paramashiva. And worshipping and completion with the Mother Parashakti is a direct method to heal and complete your biomemory and all the associated pains and sufferings in your life and manifest the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. And today, we'll be able to connect with that divine feminine energy by seeing some of the divine revelations of Devi Parashakti, by delving into her guidance for each and every one of us as to our ultimate reality, our ultimate potential, just by deeply connecting to Devi Parashakti in this program. Out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons and healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Paramashivoham, like the oneness with the whole cosmos, oneness with Paramashiva himself. And this oneness experience will give us so many different kinds of benefits, of transformation that we'll be able to see tangibly in our lives. What Swamiji does is also the Akashic reading during this time. Akashic reading, as many of you might have guessed or might have connected, is not a prediction. It is a divine reading of the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension, there's no past, present, and future. And that is why what we call as past and what has happened or what is happening right now or yet to happen are already clearly recorded. So now let us be introduced, perhaps for many of you for the first time, to the very being without whom we would not be able to indulge and have this divine experience today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors, the enlightened masters, and the spiritual adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the power manifestation science as well as the temple-based lifestyle and yoga available for humanity once again. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita and has revived this ancient and oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom, revived all of these social spiritual activities, the religious activities, and also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvagna Pita by his Guru Parampara at the age of 16. The Guru Parampara, which literally birthed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on planet Earth and recognized from the very beginning that he is in fact the incarnation of Paramashiva. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally. And in 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Pitam As you can see here, the photographs of the consecration of the land, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvajnapeetham successor on the 1st of January 2004. You see the pictures of the ceremonies for the coronation happening here. And the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Sambrajam of the Surya Vamsa lineage. The reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvajnapeetham from the year 2007. And coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvajnapeetha at the age of 30. You can see the photographs of this ancient heritage that is literally on the banks of the Manikarnika Ghat in the river and the river Ganga. And officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 35. Coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam in 2014, after which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began the revival of the religious activities and the social spiritual activities around Tanjavur and in the Adinam, as well as in Tiruvarur, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam, as well as Vedaranyam Adinam, the Panchanadikulam Adinam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the Guru Mahasannidhanam, as you can see here, the lineage of the Vedaranyam Adinam, the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, another ancient Adinam, and also the Adipita Kolada Mutt, one of the most ancient mutts in Karnataka. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Guru Mahasannidhanam. And elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders, Hindu pontiffs from around the world in 2015. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated and declared as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, not only having revived these most ancient kingdoms and being recognized by the most esteemed, influential Hindu leaders in Hinduism today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by more than 1 billion followers in Hinduism. And the leader of the world's greatest Hindu nation, with 1 billion lives enriched and billions of lives enriched through the KAILASA's Facebook channels, Instagram channels, YouTube channels, Twitter channels, the initiatives, the web TVs, and so much more. And accumulating over 27 years of tireless humanitarian services, including free vegetarian food banks, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, collective conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices, and all of this through various international agencies and bodies. And today, authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. These books are available for each and every one of you to go through. Download at your pleasure at www.books.nithyananda.org. And today, there's over 20 million copies of the books authored by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sold, read, and downloaded in total. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the establisher of the Hindu library, the largest Hindu library, Nithyananda, with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. And over 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 billion views on social media. Respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. Today honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader with recognition from the United States Senate as well as the US House of Representatives, and acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually affluential and spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. As you can see here, the magazine. And the reviver of the sovereign order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, who are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. And the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the establisher of over 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. The founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagyapitas. This brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you want to know more, you can always research, you can explore more on nithyanandapedia.org, which is just a glimpse into the immense amount of work and contribution in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in the next segment, we'll be going into the most unique contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the demonstration of extraordinary Shaktis, where you can see literally visibly your potential in front of you, your highest possibility, demonstrated by the Nithyananda Gurukul Bala Sons, who are initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be joined by them shortly. Before that, we'll be having a quick break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। Nithyanandam. Welcome to today's Manifesting the Extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Today, as part of the Parashakti's Akash reading, power manifestation demonstration, we're going to be looking and manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva, which is third eye, seeing with your eyes, and reading and playing with your eyes blindfolded. The Bhalasans, Nityananda Yogis, the initial disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers which is awakened in us through Diksha initiation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening along with various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye, seeing with your eyes blindfolded. Third eye is the cosmic browsing center which is located between your brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you do with your two eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. Shaktis are described as a system, method and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine, you need to manifest divine, and not you are man, you need to reach divine. Now let us learn what are the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. The Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva is a primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, which is the 5 cosmic acts of Shristi, creation, sthiti, sovereign leadership and maintenance, samhara, rejuvenation, throbhava, pulling out a delusion, and anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of KAILASA, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham and Paramashivoham. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is a jnana, mapped into our consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. Now, let us watch the short video of what is Diksha initiation getting transmitted from the avatar to the disciple.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, which are called pramana. The Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, which are the experience and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana, which are the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, which are called the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, where the Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures with the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, which are called the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. We have the scriptural reference to manifest the powers of third eye. Kapalantalmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadyad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna under the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna through his third eye, as he sees Bhagavan Krishna on his third eye. Atma Pramana, which is Swamiji's own words, the first experience that first I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions, below me, everything I realized, not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. Pratyaksha Pramana, which are called the study measures and comparing metabolic cell activity of the brain, in conscious and meditative states. When you are doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When you are in the deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is rest at peace. Sakshi Pramana, which are this rare sacred science of third eye awakening, is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic state that surpasses all bounds of time, space, and matter. Swamiji is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation Diksha. Millions of people have been initiated by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, which are the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nithyananda yogis. Now we'll be entering to the Sakshi Pramana, which is the live demonstration of manifesting this power of third eye, which is seeing and reading with your eyes blindfolded. In today's power manifestation segment, we're going to be looking into the powerful cognitions of how to overcome guilt and what is guilt versus gratitude, and how Swamiji very beautifully explains what is gratitude, what is guilt, and how we live a life in a most and perpetual completion way. Let us all now connect ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji, having the simple cognition that Paramashiva is real, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real, Swamiji is Paramashiva, embodiment for all the gods and goddesses which is available on this planet Earth. Being a Sakshi Pramanama, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva just through the initiation of the Avatar, having the simple obedience, simple cognition, Paramashiva is manifesting through all of us to manifest each and every single reality of ourselves and have a super conscious breakthrough. Now let us all take few moments and chant the Mahavakya, remembering Swamiji in all of our third eye, to hold Swamiji's presence in each and every single lives and ourselves. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Guilt versus gratitude. If you are caught in guilt, you can never feel connected to the divine. The only way to get out of guilt completely is to feel the connectedness to our highest self, but your very guilt act as the barrier to this. The only way to overcome this guilt is to start melting with gratitude. Guilt of following another master. Another common guilt is the guilt of following more than one master. Understand, feeling conflict about following different masters is nothing but a conflict inside yourself. There is no real conflict between the real masters. All masters are embodiment of the same energy. The energy is one and the same. There is no need for any conflict. Relieve to relieve. Reliving is a relieving. The best way to relieve yourself of guilt is to relieve it. Sit in a meditative mood, close your eyes. Close your eyes and one by one bring to surface each of your guilts. Relieve the wounds completely. Do not console yourself about the guilt. Open your eyes and write it all down in detail. Write in as detail is a way possible. You will see that you are free from all the greed. You are free from all the guilt feelings that you are carrying now. So now with this we'll come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation segment, where Swamiji very beautifully explained from his satsang and his transcript and books how to overcome guilt and what is the difference between guilt versus gratitude and living the life in just perpetual completion way. So by the end of today's Parashakti's Akashic reading, we'll be having the same guided power manifestation demonstration and session for all of us to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Stay tuned for the next session after a short break. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramas ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. Now we're going to be entering into the next segment. I hope that each and every one of you was able to enjoy the previous segment, see for yourselves the possibility which lies ahead of you, which is in the powers of Paramashiva. Now let us enter into this next segment where we're going to be introduced to the divine cosmic being, Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the one who liberates us from the cycle of birth and death. And there's a verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam where it says, Nishkrodha Krodha Shamani Nirlobha Lobha Nashini Nishamshaya Samsayagni Nirbhava Bhavanashini. O Devi, the one who is without anger, who destroys a tendency to get angry, who is free from greed, who destroys greed in her devotees, who is no doubts, who effaces all doubts, and who is not involved in the cycle of birth and death, who frees devotees from the involvement in the cycle of birth and death. And there is another verse from the Lalita Sahasranam, who destroys the very fear of death. And the verse goes, Nirvikalpa Nirabada Nirbeda Bedanashini Nirasha Mrityu Matani Nishkriya Nishpara Parigraha, which means Devi, who is without any modifications as she is pure consciousness, who can never be sublated, who is beyond all differences, who destroys the senses of differences, who is deathless, who destroys the fear of death, who is without involvement in action, who needs no gift, as everything in the universe is hers. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic womb. And it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the big blank and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy of source and source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in right now, and in which all of us are going to merge, finally. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving us boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering the profound spiritual truths, giving us the experience ultimately of Paramashivoham itself. In the words of Parashakti herself, she introduces herself to us and says, listen, humans, I'm telling the truth. I will solve sufferings. I will give all goodness. I will give bliss. I am Paramashakti, who blossomed as the four Vedas, as the four Padas of Agama, which is Charya, Kriya, Yoga, and Jnana. I am Ananda Swarupini, who does all the 5 jobs such as creation, maintenance, destruction, putting into delusion, liberation. I am Paramashakti, who is sitting as a part of Paramashiva. Parashakti continues, I am the Parama Aushada Swarupani who gives Jnana Siddhi and Shakti to Siddhars. Parama Shakti Meenakshi Ambha Shambhavi Chandramauli Ananda Swarupani, blossoming as the Dasamahavidya, filling as the Navadurga, being as the Ashta Shaktis, living as the Sapta Mahadhars, being as the 6 Kartika women, filled as the Panchak Shaktis, giving 4 Vedas, which are the best of all worlds, blossoming as the 3 Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, being as the 2 Parama Prakriti and Parama Purusha. And she continues, being as Paramashiva Paramoral, which is beyond these 2, beyond 1, beyond 2, beyond anything that never existed, beyond any remembrance or forgetting, beyond form and formless, Paramashakti, who blossomed and blesses as Paramashiva. I came here to give all boons, to bestow all goodness, giving the 4 Purusharthas, which is Dharma, Kama, Artha, and Moksha, giving the 4 Muktis, Salokyam, Samithyam, Sarupyam, Sayujyam, giving all goodness, giving good grace, giving complete punya, giving yoga along with jnana, to give all goodness. I came and blossomed here. Now, how can we receive Devi Parashakti in the best way? Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your scheme, so always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaf, 2 betel nut, 1 banana, a betel, and 1 coin. The coin is considered in Hindu tradition to be a traditional dakshina. It can be the lowest value even. And it can even be 1 paise. In the USA, it can be even a cent. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, I'm not trying to monopolize. Keep 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it'll add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues. Offer that to Devi. After the darshana is over, do namaskaram and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. And you can collect those coins and you can drop it and send it to the KAILASA in Los Angeles temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut, all of this might look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment. The Devi Parashakti is really there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. And rituals will break your monotonous and unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Now, how you can set up your tambulam, you have the items here, a sample, so you can take note of these and you can look for them in a store near you. You can see that we have the 2 betel leaf, the banana, betel nut, and betel coin. And optional items you can also purchase and make ready are also a coconut, some flowers, and you can get ready the, if you'd like to, glass bangles and also a vastram. These are traditional items that you can offer to Devi Parashakti. Yes, so we have now come to a conclusion of this segment where we're just being introduced, perhaps for many of you for the first time, to Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who do not know, you can offer these tambulam as a short, brief offering of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So now we will be entering into the next segment and we'll be right back with you after a quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASAs, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. We get you health, we get you
ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASA's enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers who are joining with us. And now we're going to be entering into a very, very interesting subject on the various different Akashic readings that Devi Parashakti has revealed. And there have been so many different revelations Devi Parashakti has given from the last 6 to 7 months, continuously guiding us, removing all of our fears and helping us every step of the way. So now let's get started. Let's enter into this segment where we'll be delving into one of the Parashakti Akashic readings, where she has given us an answer for one of our biggest fears from death itself. All fears and all of our innate insecurities are always rooted in death. Today, we're going to be seeing a little bit more, a glimpse into the truths about death and so much more. Out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, gracing us and answering all of our questions, revealing the past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And the answers that Devi Parashakti reveals from the cosmic archives is not just limited to an individual or their past and future, but out of her love for the entire humanity. Devi Parashakti also reveals solutions for the global issues. And today, let us delve into Parashakti's revelations on the truths about Pitru Loka, death, and the liberation of souls. Now let us watch the revelations from Devi Parashakti herself, and then we'll go into what we have prepared to present to all of you today. This
சீனிவாசன், நன்றாய் புரிந்துகொள், உன்மூலம் உலகிற்கு மரணமும் பித்ருலோகமும் பற்றிய ரகசியங்கள் உரைக்கின்றேன். உனக்குள் இருக்கும் தசை நினைவு, சதை நினைவு, உயிர் நினைவு, உயிர் சக்தி, இவைகளுக்குள்தான் உன் பித்ருக்களின் எச்சமும் மிச்சமும் இருக்கின்றது. உனக்குள் பூரணத்துவத்தை முழுமையாய்ச் செய்து பித்ருக்களோடு பூரண நிலையில் இருந்து நீ இருந்த இடத்திருந்தே பிண்டதர்ப்பணமும் பித்ருதர்ப்பணமும் செய். அதுவே முறையான பிண்டதர்ப்பணம், முறையான பித்ருதர்ப்பணம். ஆதி கைலாசம் பித்ருதர்ப்பணம் செய்திட, முன்னோர்கள் சாந்தமடைந்திட 100 மடங்கு உகந்த இடம் உன் பழைய இருப்பு வீட்டை விட. இருப்பு வீட்டு பாசத்தை துறந்து நீ இப்பொழுது இருக்கும் என் வீடான ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேசத்தை வளர்த்துக்கொள். நல்வாழ்வு உனக்கும் அமையும், முன்னோர்க்கும் அமையும். உனை மனக்குழப்பத்தில் ஆழ்த்தும் மாமனுக்கு சொல், நித்யானந்தன் வந்துதித்த குலம் முன்னேழு பின்னேழு வடவேழு இடவேழு தலைமுறைக்கும். சாத்தமும் பிண்டமும் தேவையில்லை, அடைந்தனர் முக்தி. நித்யானந்தன் நிஜாவதார சக்தி சாநித்தியத்தினால் கவலையும் இல்லை, துக்கமும் இல்லை. அத்துணை பேர்க்கும் அன்னை பரமசக்தி அளித்தேன் முக்தி. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும். அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா
अरुणारुणाकरञ्जिताक्षी धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् मणिपादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावते भवानी जायेत् पद्मासनस्थान्
பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் பிள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உண்ண இங்கு வரல்லே நான் முச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன் பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உண்ண இங்கு வரல்லே நான் முச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன் ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்ச மாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் சின்ன புட்டு போடியம்மா
लक्ष्मीं क्षीरसमुद्रराजतनयाम् श्रीरङ्गधामेश्वरीं दासीभूतसमस्तदेववनिताम् लोकैकदीपाङ्कुराम् श्रीमन्नन्दकटाक्षलब्धविभव ब्रह्मेन्द्र गङ्गाधराम् त्वाम् त्रैलोक्यकुटुम्बिनीम् सरसिजाम् वन्दे मुकुन्दप्रियाम्
சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா பத்திரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரடியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன் வீட்டிலே போய் ஓரடியம்மா காத்தாடி மாரியம்மா
Yes. That was the beautiful revelation. Now let us see the English translation. Revelations mapped in English. Devi Parashakti asks Srinivasan. She says, understand carefully. Through you, I'm telling the secret and death through Loka. For various reasons based on their karmic deeds or any another body. They remain stuck in the body. Yes. Sorry for the technical issues, all the audio issues. I hope that it is okay now. So let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Srinivasan, understand carefully. Through you, I am telling the secrets of death and Pitruloka, the ancestors, for various reasons and also based on their karmic deeds, are unable to find another body. They remain stuck in the form of Pitru. The Pitrus have their own heavenly place to reside in. It is called Pitruloka to the world. The remains of your ancestors is there inside of your bio-memory, muscle memory, and bioenergy. Do completion completely inside of you. Be in completion with ancestors and do the Pinda Tarpana, the rice bowl offering to the ancestors, and the Pitru Tarpana, the offering to the ancestors from wherever you are. This is the revelations once again from Devi Parashakti. She also reveals the secrets behind the Pitru Darpana and the Pitru Loka, and also what it means, the blessings you receive from Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti reveals that is the proper proper Pindu Tarpana and proper Pitru Tarpana. 100 times more apt place to do Pitru Tarpana for ancestors to be in peace is Adi Kailasa, more than your own old living house. Drop the love you have for your old living home and develop love for my home. Adi Kailasa, in which you are living right now. Good life will happen for you and your ancestors. Tell your uncle who puts you in confusion, the clan of Nithyananda, up 7 generation, down 7 generation, right 7 generation, and left 7 generation. Everyone does not need Shraddham and Pinda. They attained liberation in the presence of Nithyananda Nijavatar Shakti. There is no worry, there is no suffering for all of them. Mother Paramashakti, I gave liberation, do not fear. A beautiful revelation and a promise of Devi Parashakti to literally liberate the souls of all of those who are following Nithyananda, following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, we just heard the revelations from Devi on how the remains of our Pitrus are still there in our biomemory and muscle memory and bioenergy. Many of you might not be familiar with these terms, so let's go over them right now. The biomemory is consisting of all of your cognitions, which is the root cause for your instigations and reactions. It's stored in your biomemory. The muscle memory, your actions, patterns of your actions, having a cup of coffee in the morning, the way that you wake up in the morning, the method of your reaction is stored in your muscle memory. Your bioenergy is a conscious frequency which operates in your body. This is the definitions of biomemory, muscle memory, and bioenergy. So now let us take a look at some of the scientific findings and studies on how the ancestral incompletions causes generational trauma. So scientists, psychologists, many people nowadays are calling it generational trauma. And this is a trauma that isn't just experienced by one person, but extends from one generation to the next. It can be taught or implied throughout someone's life from a very early age, and not just from the previous generation, but generations before us. We experience the pain of our generations before us inside of us in a very, very real way. Many of us will experience these traumas in ways that we will not be able to even identify as well. Trauma can have a profound effect on the dynamics of family. So let's take a look at the in-depth research to help us understand better about trauma, about how that comes back to our biomemory, our energy, and how when we are the generations before us, our ancestors have been through certain trauma, we will be able to feel that will directly impact us in our life today. The article shown below states clearly the dangerous effects of generational trauma that can have on a family. This is from Psychiatric Times, a very reputable magazine on psychiatry and as well as other scientific findings related to the mind and psychology. Trauma that affects one member of a family system has a potential to fundamentally change the whole family structure. It threatens to erode the very foundation of a family unit, and family members may start to see each other as enemies. Trauma has the power to make or break an entire family. And many of you might have experienced this in your own life, how trauma has an effect in your family. This medical report shown below indicates the effects of generational trauma on children of those who have suffered. So this is this experiment is called the intergeneration transmission of trauma. And the researchers are taking a look at epigenetic mechanisms. And here in the report, it says that investigators also examined markers on other than HPA axis parameters. One study reported that children of mothers exposed to childhood trauma, particularly emotional abuse, had higher sympathetic nervous system activation, which might be a marker for vulnerability to anxiety compared to children of mothers with low emotional abuse, an effect that remained significant after accounting for maternal PTSD. So the effect of generational trauma should never be downplayed. Each and every one of us have this inside of us. And our direct generations, our direct ancestors, and our ancestors before that, all of them have an effect on our own experience of life. In fact, in the experiment here, it reports just that children are experiencing having a higher marker for vulnerability and anxiety when their parents, when their mothers are expressing emotional trauma and suffered from emotional abuse. Then they themselves will feel that very same feeling. They'll feel almost the echo of that emotional abuse, and they'll feel the remnants of that inside of their own being, the vulnerability, the anxiety, compared to children of mothers with low emotional abuse. So if you don't have parents who had this emotional abuse before, you won't experience it for yourself. And this also is an effect that remains significant after accounting for maternal PTSD. So in studies where people have done on maternal PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, they have been able to see how the mothers with paternal PTSD, their children are experiencing some of the symptoms even at a young age, just because their mothers have had that experience and it is something there within their mother. I know many questions arise from this. Is this something in our DNA? Or is it something that is about our nature? Is it about our environment that is affecting our surroundings and then thus affecting our DNA? Is trauma something that is very inherent inside of our DNA? Is there markers inside of our DNA that signify generational trauma and that are awakened if that happens, if there is some certain emotional abuse or traumatic event that happens in one's life? Are there markers inside of our DNA that is passed down through our generations, or does it happen through the environment? Do we inherently create an ecosystem that affects our children and our next generation in a way that makes these triggers, makes these emotional responses a pattern throughout generations? The study that we just saw also explains that there is now a converging evidence supporting the idea that offspring are affected by parental trauma exposures occurring before their birth. possibly even prior to their conception. A very, very interesting statement. And as we explore this topic deeper, we will come to understand how our biomemory, our muscle memory, and bioenergy ties in with this research. Already we can see a tie. This transmission of generational trauma from parent to child has been proven in various other studies. In fact, in 2019, an experiment conducted on mice showed similar results. And after the experiment was carried out, it was found that even in mice, there were similarities in how generational trauma was passed down to offspring. This is from the Science Journal, which is a very reputable scientific journal, where it says that early results are promising. We have overlapping findings with mouse model. This is from the researcher Jawal, who says, in a preprint uploaded last month to Biorenix, Manu Sui and Jawal documented changes in the levels of fatty acids in the orphan's blood and saliva that mimicked changes in the traumatized mice, as well as the sync RNA alterations. The presence of similar biomarkers suggests that comparable pathways are operating after trauma in mice and children. Well, as similar, so this, again, we're trying to highlight here one of the very important components that in the SNC RNA alterations, the presence of similar biomarkers suggests that comparable pathways are operating after trauma in mice and children. So they're seeing parallels in how the mice are behaving after certain behavior was there in their parents in their previous generation, and how that is exactly reflecting in children nowadays, where they saw a direct correlation between orphans' children and saliva that mimic changes in the traumatized mice. So this goes to show that there is something in our DNA which is affecting our next generation. When we experience trauma, our very DNA is changing in some way or some form, and that is affecting our children or children's children, and ultimately we can establish here the science of what Devi Parashakti is saying. Devi Parashakti revealed that the biomemory, muscle memory, bioenergy of our Pitrus is there inside of us. Whatever is there stuck inside of our Pitrus is also what is stuck for us. So that shows that there is a significant possibility to change, transform, to have a very breakthrough when we have, if there is a way that we can liberate our Pitrus, make our Pitrus officially liberated, clear all the biomemories, the past memories of our Pitrus, and be able to live free from the backlog of trauma, from the memories of trauma that we are carrying for generations until now. Many researchers have seen this in different kinds of communities and ethnicities. Generational trauma is something that that researchers have studied in Native American communities and Native American kingdoms from the Americas, as well as the African Americans who had experienced slavery and so much of trauma in the previous generations and are now seeing the effects of that in the current generation. Not only that, even Native Americans, having been completely wiped out, gone through massacre after massacre, researchers have found that due to the pain, the violence that Native Americans have been through in their past, today many Native Americans are suffering and are seeing statistics of higher rates of depression and anxiety in the current generation. And so this goes to say that our previous trauma that we have been through as an ethnicity, as a background, whatever we are born into and whatever our ancestors have been through, does have an effect on us today. And especially for us Hindus, that goes to say that many of us will feel the trauma of our parents, of our previous generation who've been through so much of violence due to the Hindu Holocaust in ourselves today. We'll see that. And this trauma can appear in forms that we might not be able to understand. Here are some other research and studies that have also confirmed the way in which transmission of trauma occurs, whether in a human or an animal. This is from Scientific America, another reputable journal, where it's talking about fearful memories passed down to mouse descendants. Another experiment which was conducted on mice, where it says that certain fears can be inherited through generations. As is a very provocative study of mice reports, the author suggests that a similar phenomenon could influence anxiety and addiction in humans, and some researchers are skeptical of the findings because a biological mechanism that explains the phenomenon has not been identified. According to convention, the genetic sequence contained in DNA are the only way to transmit biological information across generations. Random DNA mutations, when beneficial, enable organisms to adapt to changing conditions, but this process typically occurs slowly and over many generations. So this is showing that this is showing a little bit about how the DNA can change based on DNA mutations. So genetic sequences contained in DNA are the only way to transmit biological information across generations. It's saying that that whatever we are experiencing today, whatever is in our DNA, in our current generation, can only be passed down from us and can only be inherited from our parents. And this is a basic biology lesson where we know that DNA comes from our parents. There's a biological process that literally replicates the cells and can carry forward the DNA. However, how can we change our DNA? What actually changes the DNA inside of our body currently? And this gives us the answer that random DNA mutations, when beneficial, enable organisms to adapt to changing conditions. But this process typically occurs slowly over many generations. So this means that this is a summary of how mutation and at least how the evolution works in over generations and over the course of many years. Research and development has progressed greatly and now recognizes that even within cultures, this generational trauma exists. This is a little bit about what I was mentioning before, about how cultural trauma and genetic inheritance work, where it says it has long been recognized that experiences of parents and ancestors influence future generations. Many cultural practices and rituals function to transmit historical knowledge and experience across generations. And today, modern science has many solutions about it, which is mostly therapy and psychological therapy. Many people here say that we should have we should be able to address trauma and address generational trauma through therapy. Today, modern day science offers therapy as a primary way in which people can tackle generational trauma. But how effective is exactly the therapy? Therapy can consist of therapy, parent and child interaction, child-parent relationship interaction. There's many people who do family play therapy, family systems therapy, and working through generational trauma. Many kinds of therapies which have been researched on, which many people have been implementing in their lives, and many people have found solutions from and are able to see a difference. However, there are other solutions that can provide more of a benefit, more of a transformation, especially nowadays when we're seeing the rates of depression, anxiety, and not yet finding why that is happening. We can see generational trauma might be one of the influencers behind these high statistics and high numbers. From time immemorial, Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, has done vast research and development in this field, and not only identified the root cause of this, but has a solution: rituals, which are being practiced in every Hindu family until today. So first, let us see what Hinduism reveals about what happens after death. So let's understand it step by step. What Swamiji has revealed has given as a higher understanding about death. This is from a discourse called Rites and Rituals and updated understanding from June 2005. And you can see the link. You can go ahead and you can search for this in YouTube if you would like to hear it directly from Swamiji himself. We're just going to be going over a few of the points for our sake and our purpose today. So when a person dies, the first thing that happens is his soul leaves the physical body. Now, the next thing that happens is it moves to the subtle body. They call it the Sukshma Sarira. In the Sukshma Sarira, it stays for 3 kshanas, the gap between 2 thoughts. So you will be able to understand this with a couple of diagrams. You'll be able to see that in our body, we're not just a physical body. And you can even experience this on daily life. It's not that we undergo only physical needs. In our psychology, in our emotional body, we go through so much, and we have a body in those different layers. So first, our soul leaves the physical body. Then after that, it moves to the subtle and subtler bodies. They call it the Sukshma Sarira. The Sukshma Sarira, it stays for 3 kshanas. And then after the soul leaves is in the Sukshma Sarira, then you can decide whether to take a human body or whether to stay without a body, whether even to become enlightened and relax and liberate yourself, or even whether to take any other type of janma. You will be able to choose because you have freedom, you are relaxed. And this, of course, goes for each and every one of us. These secrets actually have a very, very high potential to be able to lift you into higher reality, higher understanding about life, and change the way we operate on a daily basis. If we have lived a restless life, we will stay only 3 microseconds in that Sukshma Sarira. In the 3 microsecond, we will not have time to choose about our next birth. We will just choose in a very haphazard way. It'll just be very hurried. We will not be able to consider our options, and we will not be able to consider what we have been through, our memories. Just whatever comes to the first thought, just like that, we will choose. If you've lived very restlessly, you'll even say that your decisions in your life right now, if you make decisions that are restless, if you make decisions without thinking, without a beautiful sense of relaxation, being unclutched inside of you, and without that great experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi inside of you, your decisions will be restless, they will be haste, you will regret them later. If you have lived a peaceful life, we will take time to look into our complete samskara structure. We'll be able to see how we live this life, how we saw the world, how we have lived completely, and then we'll be able to choose. Now we have, each and every one of us, a responsibility for departed souls. The last rites are done to liberate the soul to give a good farewell. Actually, if you are a person who is continuously bothering about the person, that soul also cannot continue on into its journey. It is a farewell we are giving to the soul. That yes, you've lived with us, it's really great. Now it is time you can carry your life, and even though we are not able to digest it, we respect your decision. These sacred secrets are also from different discourses of Swamiji's, which you can explore in the links provided. Now, have you ever wondered what happens to departed souls after they leave the body? Sometimes ancestors, based on karmic deeds, may or may not be able to find the next body. Then they remain stuck in the form of Pitru. The Pitrus have their own heavenly place in the Pitruloka to reside, and it is called the Pitruloka. So this is from the Akashic reading that we had just seen. Offering of libations of water and till, the gingerly to the Pitrus, the deceased parents and ancestors, to satisfy and elevate them to higher spiritual planes is called the Pitru Darpanam. This is a sacred ritual in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and it's a very important offering that every Hindu must do for their ancestors. This Pitru Darpana is done to give a beautiful farewell or to release the soul from all bondages. And it's a ritual which has this inherent quality. Hinduism offers the opportunity to take part in two sacred rituals, the Shraddha ritual and also the Maheshwara Puja. So let's understand these solutions also in more detail. And this is a Shastra Pramana of this Shraddha ritual. Atta Shaiva Shraddha Vidihi. This is from the performance of the Shaiva Shraddha, where it says the ceremony, which was told now is known as Shaiva Shraddha. And this type of ceremony is to be for those who have been blessed by Nirvana Diksha, the sadhakas and deshikas of the acharyas. For the person who has been in samyama or in putrakas, another type of ceremony known as Rudra Shraddha is to be performed. In this kind of ceremony, the names of Pitradevas are Rudra, Skanda, and Ganadisha. And the names of Vishwadevas are called Chanda and Mahakala. And other non-initiated persons, Laukika, Shraddha is performed. In this type of Shraddha, the names of the Pitradevas, Brahma, Vishnu, and Isha, and the names of the Vishwadevas are Surya and Yama. For all kinds of Shraddha, 5 persons are to be invited. Out of these 3 kinds of Shraddhas, the Shaiva Shraddha, which is done with the employment of Shiva mantras, is extolled to be the supreme purifying one. Now, so this was the Shraddha ritual. The Shraddha ritual is done on a normal basis by people across the world. All Hindus across the world do this Shraddha ritual, need to do the Shraddha ritual. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also says that women can also conduct the Shraddha ritual, the Pindu Darpana. There is no restrictions that women cannot conduct this ritual. If you are wondering, if in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there is no restriction at all that women cannot conduct it. Another solution provided by Maheshwara Puja is, another solution provided by Hinduism is Maheshwara Puja. Maheshwara Puja allows for the liberation of ancestors through the living avatar. It is offered to those who are following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the avatar. So let us have an understanding about Maheshwara Puja from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we'll be able to see a little bit more about Maheshwara Puja, this very unique solution from Hinduism for what we have understood. So far we have understood about generational trauma. We've seen the scientific evidence, and we've seen what Devi Parashakti has revealed. We've seen the other solutions from Hinduism. And after a quick break right now, we're going to be going into and seeing the Maheshwara Puja and directly understanding it from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Yes, so now let us watch a brief video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us a very deep understanding about the Maheshwara Puja.
Nithyananda.
Go ahead, ma.
Swamiji, I just wanted to share something. This is not a question, but I actually went to Badrinath to Brahmakapala to do the Shraddha, to do the Pinda Tarpana for my ancestors a few years ago. They told me I cannot do it because I'm a female, and you have to be a male, and you have to be the eldest son in the family. So they have a lot of restrictions. So it's not very easy to do those, and I think the Maheshwara Puja, it's just we sit right here and it just happens. We don't have to worry about, and nowadays the roads are not even accessible very easily to these places.
No, not only that. You see, listen, in that rituals, in the 13, anything related to the dana women can do, like a godana, budana, swarnadana, vastradana, annadana and all. Rituals, basically women are not allowed to do in the later days of Hinduism. The post-Shankara time, all rituals were banned for women. That is the reason this rule came. Okay. But originally in the Upanishads and Vedic period, there are records, women doing Shraddha and even last rites. There are tons and tons of records and enough of records. And even the Shraddha mantra, in Shraddha mantra, where the priest asks the person who is giving Shraddha to hold the rice and the til, he addresses male and female. Please understand, he addresses masculine and feminine. And there are at least few places we have enough references and enough of evidence where women were asked to give Shraddha and participate in the rituals. Now what you are saying that in Badri it is not happening is just recent times, maybe last 600, 700 years, the male chauvinistic. That is the reason the Shraddha was stopped for women. You guys take this reference and go and do Shraddha in Badri and tell them, my Guru is Mahamandaleshwar, he has given this reference. You tell whether this sutra is right or wrong.
Yes, Swamiji.
Is this sutra original? Is this mantra original?
Yes.
He says, yes, it is original. Then allow me to do Shraddha. That's all.
Yes.
Swamiji, Pitru Doshat Kaga Pandra Puja, Maheshwara Puja is the same?
Yes, it's one and the same.
Swamiji, what if we don't have any photos or any birth time?
No, I cannot do Maheshwara Puja. You have to have either birth chart or the photo. Without that, I won't be able to offer.
Swamiji,
go ahead.
While in Kailash, with you, we paid the tarpana, what are the...
Then I think that's enough.
That's enough. Second is, when you say they will be relieved of all the, after the Maheshwara Puja, relieved of all the karmas. I thought it's only the incompletion.
All your karmas are actually incompletion.
Even the past life?
Yes. Okay. Even the need for breathing is an incompletion.
No, my question is this. In the present life, there are the incompletions, let's say. But the karma is also from the previous life with somebody else.
In the past life incompletions only, you bring it as a karma in the present life also.
With the same soul?
May not be same souls, but the carrier is the same soul. Na? See, for example, past life you would have had a fight with your husband. This life you may be having a fight with your wife. But the pattern is same in as far as the recording inside as a karma.
Right, but it's like my father. I might have incompletions which I took care of in Kailash.
That's all, that's enough.
Right, but his previous Jalma, what happens to that?
I say, when in the Kailash, when we gave Shraddha and all, whatever is other baggage he has, that also will melt down because we have given it in an elaborate way. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, you said 13 days, within 13 days if you do Shraddha, the soul which is born will get released of all the karmas. And suppose he has taken another birth, and within that 13 days, if we do the Maheshwara Puja, he will, in another body, he will get enlightened and leave the body as well? Or
No, he will leave the body and he will not have karma. He will not take another one body, which means enlightenment.
Okay, but that life,
No, that body which he has taken itself will be dead.
Okay.
The child will be dead within maybe 4 or 5 days.
Even if it's a healthy baby, the moment you have done your Maheshwara Puja,
So, the milk he drank, he will digest for 3 or 4 days and that's all.
How about the incompletion that the parents have towards the...
Each soul is an individual soul and their journey matters. They will have another one kid, that's all. The individual soul's journey is more important than any relationship related thing. That comes as first priority. Second only this.
Swami, ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகங்க. What happens if the 13 days passes away?
If the 13 days is passed, I won't be able to liberate that child immediately. The further accumulation of the karma and the incompletions can be reduced. Life will be better without the influence of this load. That's all. But immediately the child cannot be liberated and all.
So if something happens, we have to do it within 13 days.
Soul will leave the body. It will not take one more birth. I'll cut the U-Haul service. Not only that, even if in the road when I am traveling, if a dead body is being taken, that's all. Anything falls into my breathing space, even without knowledge, by accident, means when I am driving, there is an accident in the road and the body is still there, means over. That fellow is liberated. He can't have one more body. Because the U-Haul service will be disconnected. My breathing space is such, all U-Haul service will be disconnected. Means the karma carrying umbilical cord will be disconnected. So that cannot survive in my breathing space.
So Swamiji, all the bodies that when we are sitting in Manikarnika Ghat,
whole thing is liberated. Whole thing is liberated. Yes. All these fellows are liberated.
At least 40-50 were there.
More than that.
Swamiji, when I was in Hardwar, there was a sadhu who was on the bridge, and I put some money under his coat, or his blanket, and I realized that night that he was dying. So I went back the next day, and I checked on him, and he was almost dead. And when I put the mala, I took off my mala, and I put it on the top of his head. He shuddered, and he died.
It is good. It means you liberated him. You helped him to free. You put him in connection with me before he was dead. That's good. Go ahead.
Swamiji, you said the souls, even as long as they're in their breathing space, they get liberated. So does that mean it only can happen in your physical presence around your breathing space?
No. In my physical presence happens. When I connect with them also, that they become part of my physical presence.
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say we have a deity which has been done prana pratishtha or your paduka which represents your presence there. So if
that will not be able to have such a strong radiation over a human being because that being has to connect with it.
Okay.
In my case, he doesn't need to connect. I myself can be actively involved in it. A deity will not actively involve. It will only wait passively and whoever comes will be gracing. The Markandeya was active. So that person who is dying, if the person is active, the deity can do the job. Go ahead. Where?
Swamiji, if a person does suicide in your physical space, then
No. If a person commits suicide, even in my physical presence, I will not be able to help. Because it is a abusal. You are fighting against God. When you asked and He gave you the body and you destroying it is directly fighting against the cosmos. So nobody can help you.
Swamiji.
Nobody can help the person who commits suicide, even in my physical presence.
Swamiji, even animals assume a new body within 3 seconds other than human beings.
No. Animals, when they evolve only, they assume human body. That also happens within 3 seconds.
Swamiji, if the body wants to, if the soul, which has been born in a new baby, if you have liberated it, if it still wants to hold on to a body, get a new body?
No, it won't want to. When the karma baggage is not there, it will feel free and just jump out. Who wants to be inside the body when there is no karma baggage?
Swamiji, how is it then with enlightened babies getting born? Babies, enlightened children getting born, they don't have karma, right? So why do they keep their body?
No, that is incarnations. It's not that. Normally all the children are born enlightened. No.
Swamiji, they need karma to retain the body.
Yes.
Swamiji, in the back.
Even in our end pregnancy, we bring a possibility for enlightenment more. Babies themselves are not completely enlightened. The possibility for enlightenment is more. And they are brought up in such a way that when they grow up, they will become enlightened. That's not that they are already enlightened when they assume the body. Next.
Swamiji, I already done the Maheshwara Puja through Swamiji to my parents. Still I want to do one more time. Can I do?
That is up to you. You can.
Thank you.
Swamiji here. In the presence of energized padukas or deity or any object, if the person is leaving the body, will it become less
what
painful?
I am saying, that person, if he actively connects with me, I can do, but not that his feeling connection doesn't exist. See, when it happens in my physical presence, that person's active connection is not required. I'll do the active job. But in the Padukandal, that person has to be actively connecting it.
Will it be less painful for the...
Surely. Not only less painful, even liberation can happen.
Thank you so
much. If the person is actively connecting.
Thank you.
Swamiji, the children who they die within a day or two of their birth, that means are they getting liberated or they will be...
Yes, they will get liberated.
Within 13 days, because as you said that karma
they
baggage...
They won't have the karma baggage,
okay.
So immediately liberation only.
Okay, thank you.
Swamiji, I wanted to share one experience. When I did my first Maheshwara Puja for my dad, since my dad died about 10-15 years ago, I didn't do any tarpana. That was a deep guilt in me that I should have done, but I didn't do. But that was an opportunity to perform the Maheshwara Puja. When I did the Maheshwara Puja and when you put your food in your mouth, I felt that something dropped from me, a huge weight. I physically, it was like a gross feeling that something left me. Because I had doubt also. How could this be liberating my dad and all that I was having? Because only 3 kshanas you need for you to take the next body. Since he died about 15 years ago, how could that happen? And all those things was running in my mind. When I did that, I felt that this was more than what I would ever imagine to do. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, one more question. Do the karmic laws affect incarnations the same way as they affect human beings?
No.
So incarnation can never accumulate bad karma?
No. It doesn't touch me.
Oh.
Then?
I don't know, I'm just asking because some people thought you face so much harassment and all that is not because of any bad karma.
Now you are also harassing me. What can we do? That is not because Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. As a ghost forever till that natural time of in every
like assisted suicide, is that also bad? Like,
yes, suicide is bad in every angle. The Vedic tradition, Hinduism does not accept suicide in any form.
so even if the person's like suffering, you shouldn't do that.
Even if the person should be kept alive with all possible available scientific inventions, discoveries as long as possible.
And if
doctors should not do euthanasia.
Yeah.
Mercy killing, doctors should not do. At least for all my disciples, I tell you guys, even if you do mercy killing, you will be prosecuted for murder in the cosmos.
Okay. All right.
So never ever do that.
Okay.
Never ever do that. Yes. All doctors, please do never encourage mercy killing. Never be part of the mercy killing. Don't even be a passive partner in that mercy killing process. Cosmos records it as a murder. So even if your country law accepts, cosmic law doesn't accept, so you step aside. You tell them, my religion does not agree with this. For religious reason, I will not approve or encourage, be part of it. You be very clear about it and step aside. It is straight murder. It is straight murder. Nothing can be done. If somebody is attempting suicide, that will be hanging as a ghost forever till that natural time of moving to the next body comes. Accident, he will not have suffering because he is not destroyed himself.
I'd like to participate in this Swamiji in the puja, but I won't be able to sit on the floor. Is it all right for me to sit on the chair?
You see, the Shraddha, it's a ground ritual where the food is supposed to be spread on the floor and offered. Okay. That is why.
Okay, thank you.
Sitting on the floor will be as important as I need a photograph.
Can I offer the puja to my husband's grandparents who I've never met?
Whom you never met? Yes, yes, you can offer.
I had two questions. One, is there a Hindu position on organ transplants, lung transplant, heart transplant?
The Hinduism is very clear. It accepts organ transplants.
Okay. Second, what about hospice care? If a patient is dying and wants to just take
hospice care is accepted in Hindu tradition. It is encouraged.
Okay. Thank you.
As much as possible, the patient should be kept alive.
Swamiji, how about aborted life?
Aborted life. Actually, life enters only when the baby is coming out of the mother's womb. In that 3 seconds only life enters. When the baby tastes this prana, the breathing, the breath of the world, only at that time life enters. So inside the heart beating and all is an extension of mother's heart, mother's life.
Thank you.
In one body, please understand, inside one body, two lives cannot exist.
Swamiji, there is a condition of newborn baby where the kidneys are not developed, so the lung is also not developed. So the baby is put on the breathing machine support, and whatever 24 to 30 hours the baby was there on the support. So there is not a clear, we were unable to see whether even adding a blood pressure support medication for a low BP, whether will prolong the baby's life or not, because the lung is not developed, so the baby is going downhill on the breathing machine support, which is considered maximum for the breathing aspect.
So you have done everything best and then baby dies, no problem. But anywhere you lack, it is murder. That's all.
We were not sure at the time whether even adding the blood pressure support medicine.
No, what I am saying, you had certain medical intelligence. With that, honestly, you supported only life.
Okay.
That's all.
Sure.
There ends.
Swamiji, one more question. The brainstem death which we certify.
Even then, the body should be kept as much as possible.
Because after the group of specialists certify the brainstem death, they actually withdraw the breathing machine support and all the medications. So, is it considered?
Even that should not be done.
Okay.
Till the heart settles by itself.
Okay.
Should be supported.
So, brainstem death is not considered a natural.
No. Okay. It's not death.
Okay. Thank you.
It's only a type of a karana sharira, the coma, causal coma.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. KAILASAs, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
all powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. And we just understood from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the significance of Maheshwara Puja. Now, let us touch ourselves with Devi Parashakti's revelations before we go into the next segments.
சீனிவாசன், நன்றாய் புரிந்துகொள், உன்மூலம் உலகிற்கு மரணமும் பித்ருலோகமும் பற்றிய ரகசியங்கள் உரைக்கின்றேன். உனக்குள் இருக்கும் தசை நினைவு, சதை நினைவு, உயிர் நினைவு, உயிர் சக்தி, இவைகளுக்குள்தான் உன் பித்ருக்களின் எச்சமும் மிச்சமும் இருக்கின்றது. உனக்குள் பூரணத்துவத்தை முழுமையாய்ச் செய்து பித்ருக்களோடு பூரண நிலையில் இருந்து நீ இருந்த இடத்திருந்தே பிண்டதர்ப்பணமும் பித்ருதர்ப்பணமும் செய். அதுவே முறையான பிண்டதர்ப்பணம், முறையான பித்ருதர்ப்பணம். ஆதி கைலாசம் பித்ருதர்ப்பணம் செய்திட, முன்னோர்கள் சாந்தமடைந்திட 100 மடங்கு உகந்த இடம் உன் பழைய இருப்பு வீட்டை விட. இருப்பு வீட்டு பாசத்தை துறந்து நீ இப்பொழுது இருக்கும் என் வீடான ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேசத்தை வளர்த்துக்கொள். நல்வாழ்வு உனக்கும் அமையும், முன்னோர்க்கும் அமையும். உனை மனக்குழப்பத்தில் ஆழ்த்தும் மாமனுக்கு சொல், நித்யானந்தன் வந்துதித்த குலம் முன்னேழு பின்னேழு வடவேழு இடவேழு தலைமுறைக்கும். ஸ்ராத்தமும் பிண்டமும் தேவையில்லை, அடைந்தனர் முக்தி. நித்யானந்தன் நிஜாவதார சக்தி சாநித்தியத்தினால் கவலையும் இல்லை, துக்கமும் இல்லை. அத்துணை பேர்க்கும் அன்னை பரமசக்தி அளித்தேன் முக்தி. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கியம் எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும். அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா
Devi Parashakti has revealed Yes. Devi Parashakti has revealed that just by being a part of Nithyananda clan, Devi has now blessed 7 generations of your ancestors to be liberated. So now we're going to be understanding a little bit more about Maheshwara Puja. What is Maheshwara Puja and how we can offer this, how it is one of the most biggest blessings that each and every one of us have as we are living in the presence of an avatar in this time today. So we'll be able to share with you what is the Maheshwara Puja. Maheshwara Puja is Hinduism's most ancient ritual prevalent even today. The ritual is offered in the memory of a person who is no more. And Maheshwara Puja is offered by the loved ones of the deceased to bring intense completion. During the Maheshwara Puja, the incarnations complete the departed souls, and Maheshwara Puja instantly bestows the performer with peace, completion, and emotional relief to smoothly recover from trauma of a loss of a loved one. Completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past, words, actions, and memories. When you are in completion, you will remember past actions and they will no longer have the power to cause pain or anger or guilt in you. And during the Maheshwara Puja, your request for completion is offered in the form of diksha, or food to the avatar, the incarnation as per Hinduism. Only the avatar can trace the departed soul in the cosmos and relieve both you and the being, the departed soul, of incompletions. So now let's go into what are the different details of Maheshwara Puja, what it really signifies. We'll be able to explain to you how you can benefit from Maheshwara Puja, and we'll be joined by Jnanatma Swami in order to be able to understand clearly about Maheshwara Puja and what you will be able to receive. We'll just be right back after a quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back here, viewers. One of the very unique offerings at KAILASA and the supreme point of Hinduism offering to the world is the Maheshwara Puja, an offering to the departed souls. Now, we are explaining about what is the Maheshwara Puja as a ritual and what really happens during the Maheshwara Puja. And this is something that is applicable for each and every one of us. So if you are watching and if you have any questions, you can post it as a comment in the YouTube live chat. Every Hindu should be taught this, and every one of us need to be aware, because each of us have people in our lives who have departed, and people that we care about the most, people that we love the most, and people with whom we have shared the majority of our lives. So what really happens, and how can we help the departed souls? They have already left their body, their mortal remains have been cremated or buried. Is there anything that I can do still? The answer is yes. And the Hinduism gives a clear signs, and that is what is Maheshwara Puja. And the Maheshwara Puja happens in the presence of a living avatar. Otherwise, for us to do the ritual with the help of the priest or with the help of the mantras, it is called a Shraddha, where you offer the oblations to the departed souls. However, when it comes to the liberation of the departed souls, It is only an avatar who can liberate the departed souls and bring peace to the departed souls. So today we are going to take time, as Devi Parashakti beautifully revealed in the in the Akashic readings, the Pitrus. It is our responsibility to offer the oblation to the Pitrus, and the Pitrus, the effect of those Pitrus are still very much in us. And today we are going to be explaining to you about the significance of the Maheshwara Puja as a ritual. So if you are watching this and if you have any questions, you can post it in the YouTube live chat under the live video. And we'll be explaining to you about what really happens during the Maheshwara Puja. So far, we have shared what happens after death and how an incarnation can help the departed soul. We shared about the transgenerational traumas, what impact that we will have when from based on the the genetics that we inherit from the ancestors, and how it affects us. And in this segment, we are going to be sharing with you about the Maheshwara Puja ritual. Now, during the Maheshwara Puja, your request for completion is offered in the form of a bhiksha or food to the avatar, the incarnation as per Hinduism. Only the avatar can trace the departed soul in the cosmos and relieve both you and that being, that departed soul of the incompletions. Now, let us understand the meaning of this very simple sentence, but it has a great significance. Let us say, I'll just take my own example, because when it comes to departed souls, each of us have somebody very close by. Let's say my pre-monastic grandfather. Right? When you take sannyas, you do not call them as your mother or father or grandfather. You call them pre-monastic, because once you take sannyas, it's a new life, and the only relationship that you have in your life is your guru. Right? The guru-disciple relationship is the only relationship that you have. So you do not have any bonds or ties with your family, which you are connected with or associated with before you took sannyas. So we refer to them as pre-monastic families. So let us say in my pre-monastic family, my grandfather died, let's say, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Now, in the 15 years that soul has died, and that soul would have taken a body somewhere else with that same kind of a bio memory and muscle memory, and would be living as a 15-year-old girl or a boy in some village or in some city, in some country, we don't know where. I have no clue where my pre-monastic grandfather is reborn. I have no clue about that. However, is there anything that I can do today? Right? Here, Swamiji says, only an avatar can trace the departed soul in the cosmos. So, my pre-monastic grandfather's soul, where is that soul now in the cosmos? In which place, in which country, to which parents is that soul now living as a 15-year-old boy or a girl? Swamiji can immediately connect. Relieve both me and that being, because that being, even though the being has taken a new body, a new birth in a different place, it still carries, we all carry the incompletions from all our previous janmas into the current janma. So from this janma into the next janma, into the next life. So the soul is carrying. And so Swamiji is going to complete during the Maheshwara Puja whatever incompletions that I have with the departed soul. I was not there next to my grandfather when he died, and he has done so much for me. And he, I grew up with him when I was a child, and he did so much. But when he was really in need, I could have done something more. I could have been by his side. I could have taken care of him. Many of us feel guilty, or when you really feel like, oh God, I should have done something more. And you have that is still an incompletion, right? You feel guilty, powerless, that he left me, and I couldn't do what I wanted to do, and I wish I had done more, and he has done so much to me. At least I could have done this. I thought he would live longer. I never knew, things like that. And that being will also may have incompletions that, I did so much to my children and grandchildren, but at the time of need, they were not there with me, or whatever. That being could be there, could feel that. So whatever incompletions that I am having, and whatever incompletions that departed soul, my pre-monastic grandfather, is having, that Swamiji completes the incompletions on both sides. It's a very, very, very significant puja. Now, the departed soul, the Pitrus, wait for completion. Please understand, Hinduism is a greater science. It has a clear scientific explanation of what happens when a being dies. Please understand, in the western part of the world, so much of research and development has happened in the outer world, right? Different types of cars, different types of, I don't know, different types of maybe like places to go to, different types of luxurious, whatever they eat out, and the very lifestyle in the western part of the world is different. In the eastern part of the world, so much of time was spent in looking in. So much of research and development has happened in the inner science, whether it is Upanishads and Vedas and Agamas and even the Shrutis, Smritis, revealed the revelations of the great rishis who experienced these Puranas, Itihasas, and Nyayikas, and all the scriptures of Hinduism. If you see, everything is commentaries, the Bhashyas, the Vartikas, so many books after books after book. Each one does a research and development and releases a thesis. So we have, like Swamiji says, there are 100 million source books in Hinduism. 100 million, because each one has done an internal thesis and written a commentary. So Hinduism is a clear science of what happens after death. And we have various enlightened masters who have died and come back. Literally, like in Swamiji's own experience, Swamiji's predecessor, Ramana Maharishi, all of them have gone through the death experience and come back. So each of them have a clear account of what happens to a soul during death. Swamiji, in the whole program of the Nitya Kriya, which is a level 2 program, the Nitya Kriya, we offer it as a 4 or a 5-day program. This is what we teach, what really happens to you after death. What are the phases that soul goes through and how we can help assist the soul in its journey. So anyway, so the departed soul, one of the most important things is that the departed soul, the Pitrus, they wait for completion. Okay. Here is a reference from the Manusmriti. It says, Ashadhima vidhim kritva, Ashadhima vadhim kritva, Panchamam paksha mashritaha, Kankshitani pitara klishtam, Annamayan vaham jalam, Annamapyan vaham jalam, Ashadhima vadhim kritva, Panchamam pakshamashritaha, Kankshitani pitara klishtam, Annamapyan vaham jalam. The departed soul wait eagerly for completion through food and water during the Mahalaya Paksha, which is the 4th night of the departed souls. It is a direct reference from Manusmriti, where in the Hinduism you offer like the cooked rice balls and water as a food, the oblations to the departed souls, and the departed souls actually wait to receive that from you. That is why Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, emphasizes that the Shraddha has to be offered. Even that in all Kailasians, Swamiji says, ensure that the next 7 generations remain as Hindus and they offer the Shraddha and the Pinda to you and to all the ancestors. So this is very, very, very strictly recommended by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with absolutely no compromise, that the Hindus cannot try to find an alternative or try to compromise on these things because they directly affect our ancestors. And 7 generations, like if a person dies, the next 7 generations has to offer the Pitru, the Pinda, during the Shraddha ritual has to be offered. Now, where you can offer the farewell ritual with ancestors. The tradition says the both Gaya in Gaya, where Buddha became enlightened, where Bhagavan Vishnu's feet are worshipped. The place is well known for the energy of Pinda Shraddha for completion with the departed soul. Now the tradition says that the Badri in Badrikashram, Bhagavan Kalabhairava himself receives the Brahma Kapala and holding the Brahma skull receives the Pinda and offers it to Bhagavan Vishnu on our behalf. So definitely the Badrinath and the Manasarovar. near Kailasa in Himalayas. The avatar is said to be the embodiment of all three. Sarva Deva Devi Surupa. He is the embodiment of all gods and goddesses. So the avatar's body is a very embodiment of Brahma's Kapala in Manasarovar, Kalavairava's body, Padrikashrama, and Vishnu's feet in Bodh Gaya. Swamiji is the representation of all of that. So if it so happens that the departed soul, so what happens is, why perform the last rites for the ancestors, right? Let's say I had taken an example of my pre-monastic grandfather who died 15 years back. So that soul would have taken birth now in another place as a 15-year-old girl or a boy in a different country, or in the same country to different parents, to different group of relatives, and maybe is doing his or her studies right now without even realizing that the soul was 15 years before he was in a different place and he was like a grandfather and he had this huge family and all that. He had absolutely no clue. Now that person is a 15 or a 15-year-old girl or a boy. Now, if it so happens that the departed soul has already taken the next birth, as I explained, by offering the Maheshwara Puja, what will happen? You will be relieving them from their karmas, and suddenly that soul starts progressing in their journey wherever he needs to progress. So the ritual is like completing the completion at both ends. Swamiji, in another satsang, Swamiji so beautifully explains that it is like an elephant whose leg is tied to like 10 big heavy iron balls. How difficult it will be for the elephant to move. And what Swamiji does during the Maheshwara Puja is cut the chains of all those iron balls. So the elephant can move freely now. Exactly like that. Our karmic baggage that we bring from our pitrus, from our past birth is so heavy sitting on us. When we offer the Maheshwara Puja, Swamiji disconnects the karma baggage and completely removes those karma baggages so we can proceed on our path to liberation. There will be no obstacle, and it will be suddenly you will feel like things are happening so beautifully in your life. Suddenly you will feel that everything is progressing so well. Because here in another part of the world, there is your previous birth relatives have offered the Maheshwara Puja in the presence of Swamiji. So really suddenly that soul feels relieved of all its karmas and starts progressing towards ultimate liberation and enlightenment. So it is really a blessing of an incarnation when he himself sits and accepts the Maheshwara Puja. You don't know what punya we have done, because just because of you offering the Maheshwara Puja, so many of your souls, your ancestors, your the people in your family, your near and dear ones whom you grew up with and whom you so dearly loved, you are doing the best thing for them. See, you may be doing something very simple. Like Swamiji says, in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, even if you do like a smallest of the action, it removes you of the largest of the dangers. Just like that, your simple action of doing Maheshwara Puja, one ritual you are performing and sitting in front of the Zoom for about 1 hour when Swamiji is live, offering the Maheshwara Puja, that's all. You are liberating your entire clan, like all the ancestors, everybody, you are liberating them. You are removing their current karmic baggages and you are liberating them. So never take these things very lightly. The action may be small, but the effect of the action is huge, because we have the living presence of an incarnation who's sitting, accepting the Maheshwara Puja and liberating. So why perform the last rites for the ancestors? River Ganga is considered as a river which is there in the higher lokas. It is there with the Kamandalu of Bhagavan Brahma. That is the energy, that is the water energy of the existence. And River Ganga, if you had touched her, you will know she is not just a river. She is living. She is a living goddess. The river is a living goddess. So you can literally feel the energy of the river. Ma Dahanananda is saying, hope to see the master live today. And thank you, Ma Dahanananda, for your message. I'm sure all of us are waiting for, to have the darshan of Swamiji. Just sharing here how Swamiji is blessing us, and how Swamiji is literally showering us with boons and with all our pre-monastic relatives and family. Now let us take a look at a beautiful story of one of the great kings of the Surya Vamsa. His name is Bhagiratha. He is from the Surya Vamsa lineage, the same lineage from which Rama is one of his successors, Bhagavan Rama. So Bhagirath, he invokes Mother Ganga for liberation. So Mother Ganga is in Brahmaloka, we are in Bhuloka. So Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Jana, Maha, Satya. So it's like 7 lokas up. Ganga is sitting there in the highest vertical time zone. Of course, the highest as per the 14 lokas, and above that is Vaikuntha and Kailasa. So the Brahmaloka river Ganga is sitting. But then there is this king called Bhagirath. And for some reason, his forefathers and Pitrus have cursed some rishi. And they, see, out of our delusion, we don't know what we are doing. We tell something in our anger or as a reactionary assumption, we do something. And the rishis, please understand that the rishis, as it's portrayed, it's not like they get angry and they curse. No. The rishis are highly evolved beings. So it is not like they curse. What they do is when you react out of an incompletion, out of their extreme compassion, they put you through a path where you realize and you complete and come back. And in the mistranslated Hindu scriptures, it is very wrongly portrayed of that the rishis get angry and they curse. How can rishis who are such highly evolved beings get angry? Right? So it's not that anger they express, it is that they understand where that being is stuck, and that being now has to be awakened. Right? If somebody is sleeping and he's dreaming of a tiger chasing, and you will not give him a knife to go and stab himself, right? You will shoot them up and wake them up. So something to really shake these beings who are living in the delusion and ignorance or arrogance, the rishis put them through this process. So it is not really a curse as the way we understand it. It's not like they want to do something bad for them, but it is for them to realize and come back to that space of completion. So what happens is, now those beings who were expressing their arrogance now had to be, taught, they need to realize what they have done to come out of their arrogance. So they are burned to ashes, and all their souls, which have, because it is not a natural death, all their souls that ghosts are living in the Pitruloka. They are extremely suffering and struggling. They were not liberated. Of course, they were not liberated. So they begged the king, one of the kings in their lineage, they begged the king Bhagirath to say, please help us in some way. The king decides, I have to do something to liberate them, because if they are my own ancestors and they are going through the suffering, I have to do something to liberate them. So now Bhagirath takes a life of an intense tapas. So he decides to say, okay, now he has taken the responsibility to liberate his ancestors. But what he needs to do for that? The story is so inspirational, how one being, just to liberate his ancestors, he has now enriched the whole world. So that is why King Bhagirath is sung even today, his glory. So in the Bhishma Parva, the 6th chapter, the 4th verse of Mahabharata, Bhagirath starts meditating, doing the penance, doing the tapasya towards Lord Brahma. Bhagavan Brahma appears and gives darshan. So he does, see, tapas is what? Integrating all your energies, focusing towards one thing is tapas, right? Swamiji says, it's just integrating all your energies towards the goal that you want to achieve is tapas. So Bhagirath does an intense tapas, prays to Lord Brahma, and Bhagavan Brahma appears and he gives the darshan, and he says, Bhagirath asks for the river Ganga to come down to planet Earth. Brahma says, yes, I can send river Ganga to planet Earth, no problem. But be very clear, can the planet Earth hold river Ganga's speed, her ferocious speed, her chastity to Mahadeva and her ferociousness? Ganga is so pure, she is symbol of purity. And will the, Bhumata, will the planet Earth be able to hold and receive her? So then Bhagirath is looking and saying, okay, now what do? I did tapas and I spoke to Bhagavan Brahma and I got Ganga. But now she is not able to come to planet Earth. What can I do? Then Bhagirath then again starts doing the penance, again starts saying, okay, now let me again go in, look, integrate all my energies and try to find a solution for this situation. Now after the intense tapas, Bhagavan Paramashiva appears. Then Bhagirath explains, now Lord Brahma accepts to send the river to planet Earth. So now what happens is, then Paramashiva appears and he says, Bhagirath explains, I did the tapas to Brahma and Lord Brahma is ready to send Ganga. But he says that the whole planet Earth will be washed away if he sends her because of her strength and power and her ferociousness. The entire planet Earth will be washed away. And he says the planet Earth cannot withstand the speed of Ganga. Please do something. You have to protect us. You have to take care of us. Of course, when we do not have any solution, all of us run to Swamiji. Swamiji, please do something. Or when you feel like you have messed up something, or when you feel like you really need a solution, all we just go is just chant the Mahavakya or connect to Swamiji or go to Swamiji's Atmamurti or just directly talk to Swamiji. So that's what Bhagirath is doing. He directly goes to Paramashiva and he says, you have to protect, you have to give a solution. I don't know what it is. So Bhagiratha is requesting to Paramashiva. Now Paramashiva says, all right, I will take care, don't worry. As always, Paramashiva takes care of every and any situation. He says, don't worry, all right, I will take care. Tell Brahma to send the river, I will take care. So then again, Bhagiratha meditates. And then he prays to Brahma, and Brahma says, okay, I am ready to send. The Devatas means the gods. They are not ready to depart with the river Ganga. They like to take bath in Ganga every day. It is their life source. Ganga is not a simple water. She is energy. By bathing in that only every day, they rejuvenate their body and mind. So what do? If I send Ganga, they don't want to depart, give her away. So then Bhagiratha says, okay, now the next problem. Bhagiratha says, all right, I will arrange for all the facilities for the Devatas to stay on earth, just on the banks of river Ganga. I will create cities where all the gods and goddesses can live and have bath every day and their regular routine as they have in the other loka, as they have in the Brahma loka. So then Bhagiratha speaks to the king of Himalayas, the Himaraja, and he prays, and the Himaraja agrees, and he says, okay, I will give space for them. And then Paramashiva. So it so happens that Paramashiva just sits and Brahma opens the office there, the Ganga, and Ganga comes and sits, and she is just happily sitting in Paramashiva's jata. She is not coming down. So then what happens is, again, you can just move to the next slide. So then again what happens is, Bhagiratha does the penance to Paramashiva and says, Paramashiva, please release Ganga. She is happily sitting in your jata. And then Paramashiva just opens his jata and Ganga just flows through the very jatas of Paramashiva, and she just flows down to the planet Earth. So the whole route, and the Devas can come and stay in the Himalayas and the whole area, and the Devas can also enjoy the Ganga, and the whole planet Earth can enjoy the Ganga. And Bhagiratha then he also goes and prays to Kalabhairava, who's in charge of the city Varanasi. Kalabhairava says, what do you want? He says, please give a way for Ganga. You should receive Ganga and give the way. Kalabhairava is called the Kshetra Palaka. He is the protector of the Kshetra of Varanasi. Kalabhairava says, surely I will give, don't worry. But this is such a holy city. Tell Ganga to take a pradakshina. Let her go around the city and do the pradakshina of the city and go. And Ganga accepts that. Of course, it is a city of Vishwanatha. Why will Ganga not accept? She is just in love with Paramashiva, Mahadeva. So anybody who just love Varanasi, so she just goes, takes the pradakshina, she takes a U-turn. So she literally is a Uttara Vahini. So a river can go down, but it can never come up, right? It keeps going down. But here, Ganga actually takes a northern trend. And then finally, Bhagiratha has to pray to Mahavishnu also. He prays to Mahavishnu and gets his permission for Ganga to come down. It's a very, very, very significant story. It's a lot of details are there. I'm just giving an overall just to show what are all the things that Bhagiratha does. He goes and prays to Brahma, then he goes to Paramashiva, then again he goes to Brahma, then again he goes to, prays to Himaraja, then he prays to Kalabhairava, then he prays to Vishnu, just to liberate his ancestors. The steps and the amount of effort Bhagiratha has taken. Today, all of us are enjoying the sacred river Ganga. We go and take a dip and we offer the oblations in the sacred river of Ganga. But it was Bhagiratha's tapas that we are all enjoying today. So we can go on to the next slide. So this whole story is about how Bhagiratha prayed to Brahma, and then Brahma releases Ganga, and then she comes out of Paramashiva's chakra. So now let us understand about what really happens during the Maheshwara Puja. But before that, I want to share a very beautiful two incidents that I was personally a witness of. And both of them are related to Maheshwara Puja. And before that, I see Maheshwara Maya. is saying, I miss you, Swamiji. Maheshwara Mayama, you can become a part of Kailasa and be a part, and you can enjoy the experiencing the presence of Swamiji. Swamiji says, when you take up and become a part of the Sangha, when you do my work, I will always be with you. You will never miss Swamiji. When you become a part of Kailasa and volunteer your time, talent, or treasure, and you will literally feel Swamiji's presence. You will never feel, you will never miss Swamiji. You will always feel like Swamiji is there with you. Swamiji says, when you do my work, I will be with you. You don't even have to worry. You don't have to ask my presence. I will be with you, and you will feel my presence. Okay. So now, let me share with you a beautiful incident that happened. So there is this devotee, Swamiji's devotee, and we had an inner awakening program in the year 2014. So this devotee was from Chennai. His wife had died 2 years back, around 2012, the wife had died, and they did not have any children. He was around maybe 65, 70 years of age around that time. And his wife they both did not have any children, and they lived separately, just he and his wife for like 30 or 40 years. So now when the wife died, so he literally felt so alone, right? Because he only lived with his wife, and his wife is also gone now. And he was like, going through that low mood and depression and all that. And somebody had told him that there is a person in Chennai who channels the departed souls. So he was anyway so missing his wife. So he was like, okay, why not? Like, I want to go talk to her. Basically, the wife had 2 new saris in the house. And he wanted to know what was his wife's preference, to whom she would have liked those saris to be given. And he wanted to do that because those saris were very dear to her. So he thought, okay, I had this question, why not I go? So this person goes to some kind of a priest who channels the departed souls. So he connects with the departed souls and talks like them. Somebody had told, and he didn't know whether it was authentic or not, but he anyway wanted to try because he was so missing his wife. So he goes to this priest, and he can basically tells about his wife, and the priest says, okay, I can connect with that soul. And after that, the priest connects with the soul, that priest will respond as the wife. Okay, so he literally channel that soul, and he will be responding. So this person, the husband, was asking that priest, saying that as his wife, he was talking to his wife through the priest, saying that two saris that you have in the cupboard, to whom you want to give it to. So that wife soul responded through the priest, saying, one sari give it to my sister-in-law, which was the husband's sister, and the other sari give it to the temple, in that same street in which their house is, there is a temple. So give it to the deity in the temple. And it was extremely perfect because he also was kind of thinking the same thing, and she very clearly told, give it to your sister. And so he knew very clearly that it was a true channeling. Like that priest was actually able to channel and connect to the wife's soul because that person responded as a wife. So he became very happy, and he came back and he gave this thing and all that. And he used to keep going very frequently. He used to visit because he wanted to talk to his wife, and he was not ready to let go of her. So anyway, this was happening for a year or so, and then he came for Inner Awakening program in 2014. So during the Inner Awakening, he registered for the Maheshwara Puja. And in the Mahesh, so he put a picture of his wife and received Swamiji's blessings. He received the Pinda Prasada. He completed the full Maheshwara Puja. Then this husband was a little, he thought, okay, I have done the Maheshwara Puja. Let me go and talk to my wife now and see how she is doing. Because he just offered the Maheshwara Puja. So after the Inner Awakening got over, he went back home, and he goes to that same priest to whom he had approached multiple times earlier. He asks the wife, how are you doing? Okay. So he asked his wife, how are you doing? Immediately the wife's soul responded, saying, I have attained the feet of Paramashivoham. Okay, this husband, because she has never responded like that. Just after Inner Awakening, after the Maheshwara Puja, he goes back, and the wife's soul is like, I have attained the feet of Paramashivoham. And this husband is, shocked and surprised and happy at the same time. And the wife's soul responded, saying, he gave me darshan, pointing to the mala, that kantamala that he was wearing. Below the Rudraksha, we have Swamiji's dollar here. So pointing to Swamiji's dollar, he said, Swamiji liberated me. Swamiji gave me darshan and liberated me. And this husband was like so shocked because he never told, like he offered the mind, nothing he told. He did not tell anything to that the white soul. So the Swamiji gave me darshan and Swamiji liberated me. I have attained the feet of Paramashivoham. Then the husband got so, got so excited. Then immediately he came. The next day he came to the ashram, and every day we used to have the Sarva Darshan, where Swamiji will be there, and whoever comes to the Adinam for the morning satsang, they all can go up on the stage and they can receive Swamiji's blessings. So this person goes up on the stage, and that time I happened to be around Swamiji, like guiding people for the darshan. So this person came and told Swamiji, my wife had died 2 years back, and I used to go to this priest who used to channel my wife's that soul. And after the Maheshwara Puja, I went, and the wife said Swamiji gave her darshan, and Swamiji liberated her, and she has attained the feet of Paramashivoham. And then Swamiji just smiled and he said, what do you think that I do in the Maheshwara Puja? What else you think I do in the Maheshwara Puja? Then Swamiji also told that person that don't go back and disturb that soul. She has attained liberation, she has attained mukti, she has attained the feet of Paramashiva, and don't go and disturb her anymore. And then this husband wouldn't leave. He said, Swamiji, can you just go back one more time to tell her that I will not come anymore and I will complete? So Swamiji said, okay, but after that, don't go. So then this person went back, and I'm sure he would have gone one more time just to tell his wife that, you please take care and you are liberated. I will not be coming back anymore. But really, please understand that being, that soul, really experiences the presence, the grace and the blessings of Swamiji, and the being gets liberated. This was like one direct experience that I saw. I was a pure eyewitness of when, when this happened. And then the next incident that also happened, I will share with you. The next incident happened in Bali in the year 2013, December. So like how you are seeing in the picture on the screen, all the sannyasis were sitting. It was not so many sannyasis because in Bali we had only a limited team which had traveled there for the Inner Awakening program. So we had maybe 10-15 sannyasis sitting, and the participants were sitting in the center, and Swamiji was sitting. Right, Maheshwara Puja has started, and the Maheshwara Puja starts with Swamiji mixing the food and the partaking the Pinda Prasad. So the chanting just got over, and Swamiji was like mixing the food and partaking. And suddenly, during this thing, puja was happening, Swamiji said, so what we used to do is, we used to collect the departed soul's picture, right? All the participants who are offering the Maheshwara Puja, everybody is supposed to give the picture of their departed soul, either a printout or an e-copy. We print it and we paste it on a huge board, all the departed souls. So when Swamiji is offering the food to himself, like a Pinda Prasada, partaking the Pinda Prasada, Swamiji connects with all the departed soul. And the hunger that Swamiji's stomach is feeling, that satiation of that hunger, that completion is linked to the completion of the departed souls. And Swamiji burns away their karmas. So when Swamiji was looking at the board with all the pictures of the departed soul, suddenly Swamiji said, there is one person here who is not dead, who is still alive. And I am getting a message from the Pitru Loka that there is one being that is still alive. And there are maybe 30-40 pictures that are put there of all the departed souls, and we had very clearly made an announcement in the class, do not give pictures of people who are still alive. Like even if it is a group picture, cut out the people who are alive and only put the pictures of the people who have departed. So then Swamiji says that I got a message from Pitru Loka that Swamiji, you are offering the last the Maheshwara Puja for this soul, but this soul is not yet died. This soul is still living on the planet Earth. So then Swamiji said, and the Pitru Loka also, they sent, the Swamiji got a message saying, if Swamiji offers and accepts the Maheshwara Puja, they are ready to, that being will leave the body and that being will go to Pitru Loka and the Maheshwara Puja will be accepted. Because when Swamiji is offering the Maheshwara Puja, it should be accepted, right? They have no choice. They just have to accept and liberate that soul. But that soul is still living. So then Swamiji said, find out and check if this soul is, if there is somebody in the picture who's still alive. Then immediately all the participants were called and everybody was told to check every face in the picture in minute detail and see, is there anybody there who is still alive? Then one participant stood up saying, I'm so sorry, I had given a group picture and I forgot to crop out one person. And these could not be these could become serious issues, because when Swamiji is sitting and accepting the Maheshwara Puja, every departed soul literally receives the grace and blessings. All their karmas, karmic bonds are removed, and the being goes towards liberation. So then that photo was removed, and like the person who was alive, who was still alive, that picture was removed, and the Maheshwara Puja continued. So please understand that the Maheshwara Puja is an extremely powerful, significant ritual to liberate all the departed souls. And as Kailasians, as Hindus, it is our responsibility to ensure all our ancestors, the proper pinda is offered, the oblations are being offered to our ancestors, and they are in peace in the Pitruloka. It is our responsibility to take care of that. And when we have the avatar amongst us, accepting the Maheshwara Puja, what a blessing it is. How can we not do this to our ancestors? It is like, one person in here, let's say it is literally like, when we don't offer the Shraddha or Maheshwara Puja, it is literally like, let's say if I take the example of my pre-monastic grandfather, he is there in one room in the same house, and he is suffering, he is not eaten anything, and he is so much in hunger, and he continuously is asking for food, and you are living in that same house in the other part of the house, and you don't even listen to him. He is just there, he is not able to come out, the room is locked, but he is continuously asking for some food or something, and you don't even care. How cruel it is. That is the way we are doing to our ancestors if you are not doing the proper Shraddha or if you are not doing the Maheshwara Puja. That soul, the souls in the Pitruloka are really seeking for the Pinda offering to be done to them. So Maheshwara Puja is an offering of the Bhiksha, the food to the departed souls, food to the avatar along with all the monastic disciples, the sannyasis and brahmacharis in the path of sannyas. In this puja, the sannyasis are treated as Bhagavan Paramashiva himself, and they are offered the bhiksha, and the food is being offered to them. And they are given the offering. It's a very, very, very beautiful ritual.
गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा।
अजं निर्विकल्पं निराकारमेघं निरानन्दमानन्दमद्वैतपूर्णं परं निर्गुणं निर्विशेषं निरीहं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं भजेम। अजं निर्विकल्पं निराकारमेघं निरानन्दमानन्दमद्वैतपूर्णं परं निर्गुणं निर्विशेषं निरीहं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं भजेम।
गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा, गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानंदा।
गुणतीतमाद्यं चिदानन्दरूपं चिदाभासकं सर्वगम्यातगम्यं मुनिन्देपरूपं महासम्भरेशं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं भजेम। गुणतीतमाद्यं चिदानन्दरूपं चिदाभासकं सर्व
भजेम गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द
जगत्कारणं कारणज्ञानरूपं सुरादिगं सुगादिं गुणेशं नित्यं जगद्व्यापिनं विश्ववन्द्यं सुरेशं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं भजेम जगत्कारणं कारणज्ञानरूपं सुरादिगं सुगादिं गुणेशं नित्यं जगद्व्यापिनं विश्ववन्द्यं सुरेशं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं भजेम
गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द गुरुवे नमोस्तुते नित्यानन्द
रजो योगतो ब्रह्मरूपं हृदिज्ञं सदा कार्यशक्तं हृदाचिन्त्यरूपं जगत्कारणं सर्वविद्यानिधानं परब्रह्मरूपं नित्यं नता स्म रजो योगतो ब्रह्मरूपम्
A beautiful song and a beautiful pictorial representation and a beautiful pictorial representation of the Maheshwara Pujas that happened in KAILASA since the year 2002. Since the year 2002. There seems to be an audio echo. Audio echo. We can move to the previous slide, please. Move to the previous slide, please. Yes. So Shraddha, the ritual offering to the departed soul. So Shraddha, the ritual offering to the departed soul. Sorry for the technical glitch. The technical glitch. We'll be right back with you after a very short break. We'll be right back with you after a very short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Apologizing for the technical glitch. The tradition says offering of food to the avatar is equivalent to feeding 10,000 hungry people. The best place on the planet Earth is to give the Pinda Darpana, the food for the departed soul. The completion for the living and those who left the body is the stomach of a sannyasi. That is, the Jataragni, the digestive fire, the hunger fire of a sannyasi is the best fire in which you can offer the Pinda Tarpana. The Shoma Shambhu Paddhati, Shraddha Vidhi, the third shloka, it says, Lingino Brahmanadhyascha Shraddhiya Shiva Dikshitaha. The translation says, the sannyasis and the brahmanas who have been initiated into the Shiva Diksha are eligible to be appointed as the representatives of the Pitrus in the Shraddha. It's a direct reference about to whom you can offer the Maheshwara Puja, to whom the Maheshwara Puja can be offered. And move on to the next. So, what is the procedure to offer the Maheshwara Puja? To whom you can offer the Maheshwara Puja and how to offer the Maheshwara Puja? We are going to be sharing, and we have the Maheshwara Puja ritual happening every new moon day and full moon day. So, the next Maheshwara Puja is happening on the full moon day, which is coming on the 19th of December. Now, the Shraddha, the ritual offering to the departed soul, reaches the Pitrus. It actually reaches the departed soul directly. Maheshwara Puja is 1,000 times greater than offering any Shraddha, any Pinda in any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place. The reason being, sannyasis intend only to have enlightenment, having renounced all other desires and the needs. So serving them with the intention of completion brings about the same effect in the departed soul and helps them attain enlightenment and get merged with the cosmos. And most importantly, here we have the avatar, Paramashiva himself sitting. Where else you will go and offer Shraddha and Pinda? When Paramashiva is sitting and accepting the food offering, just run and offer the Maheshwara Puja and get rid of all your ancestral karmas and the generational traumas and the generational patterns. Just get rid of them. Swamiji is sitting and he's saying, okay, I am ready to clear up your karmas. That's all. Just run and get the karma bank clear. So the tradition says that one morsel of rice offered and served to an avatar liberates one morsel, imagine, not even like full meal, one morsel of rice liberates 7 generations up, means your father, father's father, father's father's father, like that 7 generations. And 7 generations down, the heredity of the Maheshwara, 7 generations down means your son, your son's son, your son's 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 son, like that 7 generations they will be liberated. If you offer one morsel of food to the avatar, in Maheshwara Puja you are offering full Pinda, Pinda Prasada. So imagine the punya that you will get. See, one is liberation of the departed soul. But the most important thing is you get to feed an avatar. Do you know what it means to feed an avatar? Just a small story from Mahabharata. So, Mahabharata, you know that the Pandavas were exiled from the kingdom and they had to live outside for 14 years. Sorry, for 12 years, I think. Ramayana was 14, here it is 12 years. So, then they were all living in some forest and the sage Durvasa, he comes, he's known for his short temper. He gets like angry very quickly. So he comes and says, I am going to the nearby river to take bath with 50 of my disciples, and I come back, I will have food here, and then I'll be proceeding on my journey. So saying so, Durvasa leaves, and Draupadi, who is the wife of the Pancha Pandavas, who is also traveling with the Pancha Pandavas, she goes around and she sees in the house nothing is there. No vegetable, no fruit, nothing is there in the house, and he is going to take a bath and he is going to come back quickly. And nobody is in the house. Like the Pancha Pandavas, they are also not in the house. There is nothing nearby, like no tree, nothing is there. She is freaking out. They say, already we are in exile from our kingdom. We are living in some forest. Now, if I don't prepare the food and he comes back, it will be such an abuse for him. What can I tell him? With what face will I see him? And if he gets angry and if he, says something in that, I have not respected or it feels like a disrespect, I don't want to do that. So then she prays, of course, when all other options are not there and you are left alone, and then the only thing you will go is to your guru. So she goes to Krishna, who is her friend and her guru and her guide, everything. So she just prays to Krishna. I don't know, from somewhere Krishna appears. And he says, Draupadi, how are you? He's like, oh Krishna, I don't know, you are a god. You only can save me now. Krishna says, wait, what happened? What happened? She says, I have nothing in the house. Durvasa is going to come back with 50 of his disciples for food. I have nothing to cook. I am so scared what's going to happen. So then Krishna says, check if we have any food left. She opens all the utensils. Everything is empty and so neatly cleaned. So nothing is there to be given. Krishna is asking, give me some small amount. Nothing is there, and she keeps on searching. In one vessel, in the bottom of the vessel, one grain, one morsel of rice is sticking there. So she just says, Krishna says, hey, see, there is some food here. So she just takes that one morsel. Krishna just takes that one morsel of food, and he just puts it in his mouth. The Itihasa, the Mahabharata and the Purana says, as Krishna puts that one morsel of food on his mouth, every being in this planet, every being in this cosmos feels so satiated of hunger. She feels so full, like the stomachs are feeling so full, as if they have eaten like a 100-course meal. How you feel like that much? Every being, like it's not just human beings, every living being in the cosmos experiences such fulfillment of hunger. And Durvasa comes out of the... Draupadi doesn't know this. Krishna just puts it and he just smiles in his beautiful smile, radiant smile. And then Durvasa comes out of the river. And he and his disciples are like, we were feeling so hungry. No, what happened? None of us are feeling the hunger. They are looking at each other and Durvasa feels so bad. Oh, I told Draupadi to cook food. It will be so rude if we go there and if we don't eat the food. It look like the person hasn't cooked properly. So he doesn't want to go do that. So Durvasa doesn't even go to the Draupadi's and he just leaves from there. And Draupadi's problem, they never came back, and Draupadi Krishna did the magic. So this is exactly what is saying. One small morsel of food, it is equivalent to fulfilling the hunger of all the living beings in the whole cosmos. Imagine if you are offering that food to the avatar and the avatar partakes your food offering. What kind of a blessing it is that you are able to offer that food to the avatar. So Maheshwara Puja is not just about completion of the departed souls. It's about you offering the Pinda Prasada to the avatar. And avatar, this is the only ritual where Swamiji puts food in his mouth, because he has to do it for the purpose of completion for the Pitrus. Right? So you get to offer that food to Swamiji. So it's very, very, very auspicious. So never miss a chance to offer Maheshwara Puja, a chance to feed an incarnation. Feeding who is equivalent to feeding all the living beings in the universe. So there are many extorsals of rice fed bestows that many kalpas. Those many extorsals of rice fed, those many kalpas, means 4.32 billion years is billion human years is one kalpa of life in Kailasa. So how many ever morsels of food that you offer to Swamiji, that many kalpas you will have life in Kailasa, which means what? For eternity, because amount of food that Swamiji, you offer during the Maheshwara Puja to the avatar, that many morsels, that many yugas you will be in, that many kalpas you will be in Kailasa. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally receives the bhiksha, means it is literally like a begging, right? We all beg now, we just beg in the internet. But all the sannyasis, we beg and get the food in the food offering using the astronomical chart or a provided photograph of the departed. The Swamiji brings completion to not just the unfulfilled emotional verbal commitment, but also anything you were insensitive to them about. So you gave some commitment you did not fulfill, or you were insensitive to them. They were going through some pain and suffering and you didn't bother and you were just living your life. So you can offer the Maheshwara Puja. Now, there are some questions, like a frequently asked question. So, clarifying the answers for you. Can we request Maheshwara Puja for anybody? Yes, like it may not just be your family. It can be anybody. Like somebody recently offered Maheshwara Puja for one of the films, like his favorite comedian had died, and he asked if I can offer it to that person. Yes, of course you can offer it. It can be your friend or it can be somebody that you like. You can offer to anybody. And why do you need to offer Maheshwara? What all the things that you need to offer the Maheshwara Puja? Definitely you need a picture of that person. If you do not have the picture, let's say your great grandfather never took a picture of himself, you don't have. But you have the astrological chart, like the Jataka we call, the Jataka of the person, the Kundli of the person, then you can give that. Even with that, Swamiji can connect with the departed soul. either with the picture or with the kundali. If you do not have the kundali, means if you do not have the astrological chart, then KAILASA, we can make the astrological chart for you, but you need to provide the information needed to make the astrological chart, which is the date of birth, time of birth, place of birth. It has nothing to do with your name, your parents' name, nothing. The astrological chart is made with your date of birth, time of birth, place of birth. With these three, we can make the astrological chart for you, but you have to ensure that you connect with one of the members in the causing team and ensure that the astrological chart is made and it is offered during the Maheshwara Puja, so Swamiji can connect with that soul. Next, can Maheshwara Puja help a soul which has committed suicide? Oh my God, this is the only thing that can do something to that soul. Because when a soul commits suicide, it goes through terrible suffering, much more exponentially, like million times more suffering than what the soul would have gone through if the soul lived. See, at one point you give up on life, saying there's no point living, let me just die, right? Because you are not able to handle something in your life. When you commit suicide, what you will be facing is million times worse than the situation that you are currently living in. So you are falling into it's basically like you feel so much of heat in the house because of the sun, and you're sitting inside the house and the fan is not enough. You don't have AC in the house. Okay, and you feel so much of heat and it's very, very hot and humid. And you're like, oh God, who will live this life? Let me better commit suicide, and you go and jump in the fire. It is exactly like that. You go and jump in the fire and the fire is burning you. Instead of you sitting under the fan, you complain about that and you go and jump in the fire. That is exactly committing suicide. So instead of not being able to handle life, you go and fall into a much worse ditch and you go through tremendous suffering. And Swamiji once described the suffering. He said, it is like when you partake the food. Like when you are hungry, okay, you have not eaten for like 10 days. You're like starving of hunger and you have like 100-course meal in front of you. The best food in the whole planet is brought in front of you, but you are not able to eat it because you do not have the body to eat it. You have destroyed the body. It is like that. You have so much of karmas and desires, but because you have destroyed the vehicle with which you can fulfill and exhaust those karmas, you have destroyed the body. So it will be tremendous suffering. Unimaginable suffering if a soul commits suicide. Even in your dream, do not think of suicide because it's the worst thing you can do to yourself. However, if any of your near and dear ones have committed suicide, you please do the best for them is by offering Maheshwara Puja. And Swamiji has also told that as far as the souls which committed suicide, Swamiji will not be able to liberate because of the ethics of incarnation. He will not be able to liberate them. But he can help alleviate the suffering. So let us say the soul is suffering, the pain of the soul can be reduced. So, and one more question typically we get also is, can we offer Maheshwara Puja to pets? Yes, you can offer to the pets also, like your dog or a cat, like they died, and you can give their picture and the Maheshwara Puja can be offered to them as well. The next question is, what is the difference between Shraddha and Maheshwara Puja? In Maheshwara Puja, the completion is for you and the departed soul. So the next journey is free. Next journey is free of the karmic baggage. Maheshwara Puja can be conducted only in the presence of an avatar who can connect to the departed soul in the cosmos. So Shraddha, anybody can do. Doesn't need the presence of an enlightened master or an avatar. Anybody can do because it is a ritual, right? You can go to a priest and the priest can perform. But when we have Swamiji with us and Swamiji is accepting the Maheshwara Puja, we ourselves can directly offer it through Swamiji and get the liberation for that soul. Now the next question is, can we offer it for ourselves? Like, when you die, who else is going to offer for you, or you don't have anybody to offer for you? So you feel like, okay, can I offer it now itself so that it can be kept in the bank? So when I die, Swamiji will be there to liberate me. Yes, you can offer the Maheshwara Puja, but only for you. You cannot do it for anybody else. Any other living person you cannot do. You can only do for you. Okay. So the Maheshwara Puja, you can only offer it to yourself. And you can, so what are the steps now, coming to the actual steps for those of you who are really interested in literally liberating your Pitrus, helping them, and also experiencing completion in your life? Maheshwara Puja can greatly help. We had one of the devotees who offered Maheshwara Puja. The next day, within 24 hours after she offered the Maheshwara Puja, there was a court case that was pending for 2 years, and that court case got into the next step. And things were not moving for 2 years. 24 hours after Maheshwara Puja, things moved. And there's one more devotee who shared that immediately after Maheshwara Puja, within 2 days, he got 2 job offers. He was actually looking for a job for a long time, but within 2 days of the Maheshwara Puja, he got 2 job offers and he actually had to reject one. So Maheshwara Puja brings completion and completion brings manifestation. So you can literally manifest what you want in your lives. So now we are going into the step one. How do we make the Maheshwara Puja? Like how do we offer the Maheshwara Puja? So you go to www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. I request that the link can be projected. Kailasa, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So we are projecting the website itself here. So if you scroll down in the website, you will actually see the Maheshwara Puja offering. Here you can see the sevas, which is the Maheshwara Puja. So here it says few steps. First is submit an intention. Means you really want to offer Maheshwara Puja. You go to the step 1 and say, I want to offer, and you give your basic details. There's no payment. Maheshwara Puja is a $2,008 offering. And it is, you can just do it once for all the departed souls in your life. Up to 10 pictures of the departed souls you can submit. So the first is an intention. Where you submit your intention, it is not mandatory that you have to submit an intention. But those of you who really want to offer, and if you're facing any kind of an obstacle in terms of time, talent, treasure, or the offering amount, whatever, if you're feeling like any obstacle is there, you can fill the intention, receive Swamiji's blessings for your intention to become reality. So it basically just asks your basic details, and you can say that I want to offer Maheshwara Puja and submit the form. It's very simple form. You enter your basic details and say I want to offer Maheshwara Puja. So basically you are registering for the Maheshwara Puja. The next is the actual offering. Okay, so the actual, or once you register, the step 2 is the actual make your offering here. So then you click on that step 2. You register for the Maheshwara Puja. As of now, we have only the when you submit your intention form, and one of the causes will connect with you, and we will receive your email ID, and we will be sharing the payment steps with you via email. Then you go ahead and make the payment. After you have made the payment, the third step is you will fill the Seva's registration form, where you will say that, I'm registering for the Seva, I have made this payment. You will attach a screenshot of the payment, and you will attach a screenshot of your passport, and you will also say that I'm making this offering for this particular Seva. So you will go ahead and fill this form. Then for Maheshwara Puja, we have one more form. This is the Seva's registration form. Here you can go ahead and say, okay, I have made the payment for Maheshwara Puja. And in this form, you will enter, please listen, you will enter the name of the people who are living, whom you want benefited from the Maheshwara Puja. Please listen carefully. If you are offering the Maheshwara Puja, let's say for the people in your family who have left the body, in the Sankalpa form, you will enter the names of all the family members who are still living, to whom you want the benefit of the Maheshwara Puja from. Let's say your great grandfather passed away and you want his blessings, you want the blessings of Swamiji for all the people who are living. Let's say you and your spouse, your children, you want Swamiji's blessings. In the Sankalpa form, you will write the names of all your family members, and you will say that the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, I want it to be chanted these names. The pictures are separate. Do not give names of your departed souls in the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa is the people whom you want to be benefited through the Maheshwara Puja. So people who are in your family whom you want benefited with the Maheshwara Puja. Then we have the step 4, which says upload photos there. So the upload photo form is where you will upload the pictures of the departed souls in your family. You will write their name and you will upload their pictures. Pretty straightforward form. So you will submit the intention form, then we will send you the details for the offering. You will make the offering, submit the Sankalpa form, and then finally submit the photo uploads form. That makes you all set to offer the Maheshwara Puja. So the Maheshwara Puja is happening on the 19th of December. Every month we have 2 times. One is on the new moon day and one is on the full moon day. So the next one is happening on the 19th of December. And we want to invite each and every one of you for this Maheshwara Puja. If you have not offered, or if you just want to offer it just to feed the avatar, you can offer it for that reason as well, beyond everything else. And so with that, we come to the conclusion of this program. I have 2 very important announcements. One is on the 14th of December, we have a very special program. The 14th of December is Gita Jayanti. the day when Bhagavad Gita was delivered to the world. So the birthday of Bhagavad Gita, one of the most sacred scriptures and the most widely known scripture of Hinduism is Bhagavad Gita, the Song of God, delivered by Bhagavan Krishna to his very dear friend and disciple Arjuna. So on the 14th of December, we are celebrating the Gita Jayanti, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be giving us a very special darshan. It is the Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan. Swamiji is going to be gracing us and blessing us with the Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan. On the day when the Gita was delivered to the world, we are going to be receiving the cosmic form, having the darshan of the Vishwarupa, the cosmic form of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Parandama, the consciousness of Parandama, the being of Mahavishnu. So very, very, very special. We are getting more details about the program and we'll be sharing with you. As of now, do share with your friends, family. December 14th, the program is Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan, a very special darshan on the occasion of Gita Jayanti, which is happening on the 14th of December. And the 19th of December is the Maheshwara Puja, and the 28th of December is the Avatara Dinotsava, the day when Swamiji, assumed the human body. Paramashiva, the super consciousness, assumed the human body to grace and bless the world. So on the Jayanti day, which is the 28th of December, we have a very special Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. So if you have not yet registered, you can go to the same website, www.kailasamela.com/sevas, and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. So with that, we come to the conclusion of the segment. Hope all of you learned about the Maheshwara Puja, learned about the transgenerational trauma, learned about what really happens after death. So with that, that's some of the information. And if any of you have any questions, you can always post in the chat. The Maheshwara Puja is one of the very, very, very sacred offerings and a very ritualistic offering which you can make and you can register. All you have to do is, even if you have any questions or if you're looking for some kind of an information, you can fill the intention form, which is the first link. When you scroll down, you'll see the step 1. You can fill the intention and one of us will connect with you and will guide you step by step into how to actually make the Maheshwara Puja offering. And then we have the Jayanti celebrations on the 28th of December. It's actually a 21-day celebration. And on the 28th of December is the 10th day of the Brahmotsava. The 21-day festival is the day when Swamiji landed on the planet Earth as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam to grace and bless us all. So Pratyaksha Pada Puja is an offering of gratitude. You just pray to Swamiji saying, Swamiji, what have I done to receive, to have you in my life? For you to happen in my life, what have I done? You just feel so grateful, so grateful. Just on the day of Gita Jayanti, we are being blessed with the Vishwarupa Darshan. Every opportunity Swamiji gets, he says, how much more I can make myself available. We had the Devi Parashakti readings, Sundareshwara readings. Now we have the Paramashivoham program going on. Now we have the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering. So many different things. Swamiji is, making himself available to us. What have I done to make this offering? So, just Pratyaksha Pada Puja, if you just listen to the Guru Ashtakam, very beautifully Adi Shankaracharya says, Shariram Surupam Tatava Kalatram Yashascharu Chitram Dhanam Merutulyam Manaschena Lagnam Guru Randri Padme Tatakim 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 Tatakim. Shariram Surupam, you have such a beautiful body. Yatava Kalatram, you have such a beautiful spouse. Dhanam Meru Tulyam, you have wealth like Mount Meru. And Dhanam Meru Tulyam and Yasas Charu Chitram means you're so successful and your fame is spreading far and wide. If your mind is not fixed in the lotus feet of the Guru, tatakim, 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 what is the use? What is the use? What is the use? You may have everything in this world, but if you do not have a Guru, if your mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use? What is the use? So you can register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering on the 28th of December. Every disciple should learn to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, especially on the Avatar day. So you can register for it by visiting our website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. So with that, Hope all of you enjoyed today's program. Please do leave your feedback and comments in the YouTube live chat. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this program. We'll be concluding with the Purna Mantra, and the next is we'll be watching a satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. After a very short break, we'll be ending now with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Jagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyananda